Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to another stream back in Microsoft. We are back here in Ottawa at McDonald Airport, Captain Canada's home airport, supposedly. Um, for those that are aware, for those that don't uh, did try my previous stream or attempt this morning, um, things didn't go very well, and things didn't go very well for the final time. If you go back and take a look, you will see that I did in fact update the title and some information to that stream. I have now said goodbye to X-Plane. Sorry, y'all. I know some of you out there do like X-Plane. When you want to see some X-Plane streams, I'm not going to be doing it anymore, y'all. It's not that I want to hate X-Plane. It's not that I want to dislike X-Plane. But for me, there's too many issues. There just are. For those that have been using X-Plane for years, you'll probably know all the ins and outs of this, that, and the other to keep the sim working correctly and not have bugs and issues. That's fine. For me, you install it, you go through, you check the settings, you set your controllers, and you forget it. Apparently, you can't do that in X-Plane. And not only that, you can't. I have now personally, at least for myself, found you can't even go into the X-Plane forum to go where the developer has sent you to go get deliveries for planes and stay safe and not get crap on your computer. Because not even that is being maintained and watched. Um, so on my prior stream, yes, I definitely did go through prior to flight and make sure all my controllers were set up correctly. So there weren't going to be any issues, and lo and behold, we make it through the whole setup of the plane, which, by the way, I also couldn't still do appropriately because there's still something wrong in the config settings for flight factors A320. But nonetheless, I get everything set up. I get things started up. I get to the runway. I set my flex power. I go to take off. And obviously, my flight stick is working, right? Because otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use it as my tiller to get there, right? And I couldn't even rotate. And by the end of the stream, you guys can definitely see me going into the control settings and, in fact, check to see if I had it hooked up, if I had it set up correctly, and I did. But yet there was no ability to rotate. I know it happened to XP on one of his streams prior, also on a flight factor plane, I do believe. I think at that point, I can't remember what plane it was he was trying to fly, in all honesty. Either way, his story I do believe was a little different. His wasn't set up apparently, I guess. I can't remember. But it might have been the same bug. He might have originally had it set up. And then somehow it changed itself. I don't know. Either way, for me, my time's too valuable to spend, let alone on my free time and fly, or whether it's on stream, to have to play around and start and restart like over and over again because of that BS. I'm just done with it. That's my opinion. Nothing against anybody that does love X-Plane. That's great. Nothing wrong with it. However, I'm just saying for me, I'm gonna give it at least another year or two. Well, I probably won't wait 2 years, but I am gonna at least give it another year to let it, go back into the oven and cook for a while, um, before I even consider taking another look at it again. That's just me. There are other streamers out there that do love streaming X-Plane. So for X-Plane content, you're all gonna have to go watch them because I just can't spend the time any longer to keep X-Plane running, get it working. Downloading and getting liveries should be safe and easy, not dangerous. Especially if you're going to where, you should be able to feel safe and get the help and downloads you need from X-Plane's forum. Um, just should by default, in my opinion. But enough on X-Plane. I'm not trying to have an X-Plane bash stream. That's not my intention whatsoever. Just to explain what happened on my last stream and why I said goodbye. But anyway, we're back here. Today we're gonna fly the fly-by-wire A320 around a little bit. Um, we're gonna fly from here to FLYBYWIRE's Dulles, and then we're gonna go down to Charlotte, and then from there we'll see where we're at time-wise, where I'm at mentally, and see if we do any more legs today. But no further ado, let's go ahead and start getting things rocking and rolling.
Boarding requested.
So there we go. GSX is doing GSX things, or it should be. I don't see any loaders or anything coming up just about yet. Oh wait, there they are. I can hear it. But as fly-by-wire is still using the default plane, it makes sense that
Do you want to board crew?
GSX is only
Pilots
using
boarding
one loader
started.
because there is only one cargo door that opens up on this bird. I don't know, maybe somehow or another, when it comes to 2024, Microsoft can fix that. But then again, if we are eventually getting that I builds A320, which is supposed to be the correction for this bird, they probably won't. But for those that don't know, we're no longer getting that bird for at least another few months because it's got
Crew
issues
boarding started.
on Xbox, and since Xbox can't download and use it, we all gonna have to wait to get it. Um, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's not like we don't have a whole bunch of options to fly an Airbus variation of the 320, right? Um, let's go ahead and get in the cockpit. Let's go ahead and start getting things powered up. Grab the batteries. Before I continue, let's go ahead and definitely get some lights on in this bird. We'll come up here and grab the ears, or the IRSs. Grab the oxygen. Come over here, grab
Your
emergency.
crew has boarded.
Seatbelts and smoking.
Passengers boarding starting.
We'll grab the nav and logo light. Then we'll come over here. We will set some lights over here as well. Now, according to SimBrief, we need to set 34,000. Altimeters 299.2. If it's the same as it was half an hour to an hour ago, next plane is probably still 299.2. But we'll find out. It changed a little bit. It's now 299.0. There we go. That is set. We'll come over here to the tablet. And I forgot. Still gotta get used to the key bindings, guys. I'm just not used to that yet. And best I tried, I couldn't get a straight up view on this. I guess I'll have to keep trying harder. But that's already loaded up for me. Let's go ahead and get over here. Let's go ahead and get the fuel. Go to payload. We'll get. And we'll go ahead. There we go. Boarded is now complete. Oh yeah, there is one more thing I wanted to do in the settings I didn't do. Where do I get it? I want to get rid of the announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck,
get out of here.
Captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some
I'm not gonna worry about linking.
Ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you.
There we go. I'm just gonna get rid of all those guys. There we go. Let's go ahead and go down to the tablet. or I'm sorry, the FMS, CDU, go to ATSU, ALC, in it. Which again, this is something that we can't even do at Flight Factor this many years later. Looks like it's grabbed everything that needs to. Cost index 340. All that looks right. We will go ahead and grab our wins. Alright, so this I'm just gonna grab. Well, no, I can do it the right way. Go to the tablet. So fuel is 13.8. And then we need 133.9. And CG of 32.8. Amazing how that just plain seems to work. You got another thing I can't do in the Flight Factor. Should be probably runway 7, but let's double check sim brief. Yep, number 7. And no SID. Wow, I could even hit no SID. Amazing. Sorry guys, I'm gonna stop that. Again, I'm really not trying to make it let's bash X-Plane stream. I'm just in awe that this type of a freeware plane I can do all this stuff, you know, versus the plane I just tried to fly. And good old Microsoft and their internet connection issues. Still gotta wonder how that's gonna work when we get to 2024. Yeah. Novia. There's PSB. Alright. I did set that, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's there. Now, this is one thing that the Flight Factor's missing. That's a takeoff calculator. For the life of me, I don't know why they would put a landing calculator when when the computer practically does all that for you. Um, but it doesn't and can't do the takeoff speeds for you. Hopefully someday that's something that they'll fix. You got top of descent, you got landing. But nothing to takeoff speeds. So, I'll do what I'll always do. Don't know if these speeds are good, but it's what I'm going to use. That should be fine. I'm going to go flaps 1. I'm going to do a D rate at 56 degrees. We'll see how well that goes. And yes, guys, I know if I took the time and searched, I could probably find a website that will give you a takeoff calculator that I could favorite. but I ain't done that yet. And it's really only this one plane that I need it for. Still not aligned yet. So we got about another minute to go on that. And I love how we actually have a sound. And oh, look, I can hit that button. Oh, and look, I can actually take this button in auto. For fun. There we go. That'll be our identify number. Squawk code. There we go. We're aligned, y'all. The one thing I don't like is I can never get this to a level where this is always 100% visible and clear and concise. See those green numbers there. Don't know why. Only in this plane does this happen. But I do believe JSX told us so it's time to go. I do have everything configured. So we'll get the APU going. We'll come up here and grab our remaining switches. We'll also brighten up these panels here a little bit. We'll also get some lights down here set up a bit. There we go, brighten up a little bit too. Here we go.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
One thing I wish we could do is disappear the tablet.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
But feasibly, I don't think you can do that because I think Microsoft by default had the holder in there, and chances are all that coding is probably all locked out, so you can't touch it. I'm not sure. Could be wrong, but
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
ultimately, my opinion, not that I have anything against I&I builds, but I still think for all the work and effort Fly-by-Wire did for this plane and for us and for the sim as a whole, Microsoft should have worked with Fly-by-Wire. Allowed them to unlock the code to really make this a custom airplane to have all appropriate doors be able to open and close. Maybe model the inside passenger cabin, right? And do what needed to get done, and it would have been perfect. It would have been great. They put a lot of work into it. And this time, I should be able to do it. So far, so good. I did fix my keyboard bindings, and hopefully I did it right, so as we utilize them, we won't crash. We'll see. I did go through as I fixed the bindings. I reset the keyboard bindings. I went through and make sure that the only things I removed out of the bindings for what I set were the control surface, as I don't use the keyboard at all to control the flying surfaces. But that's what was screwing things up for. But we'll see. I don't think that's quite straight, but good enough.
Exiting from
Due to
editing
icing
mode.
conditions,
Please
please
wait.
stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set. Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until
No,
push
thank
is
you.
completed and brakes are set.
Let's go ahead and grab the beacons. I still swear I ought to be able to find a way to remove the icing options out of the settings so it doesn't even prompt it. So let's go ahead and light up number 2. While we're doing that, let's not forget about PACX again.
We are ready to go when you are. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
Lighting
aboard.
up
This
number
is your
1.
flight attendant speaking. At this time, please be sure to make sure all large carry-on items are in the overhead bins and your small items are underneath the seat in front of you. If you have any trouble or need any assistance, please don't hesitate to let a flight attendant know and we would be happy to help you. If the overhead bin is full after you put your carry-on inside of it, please close the bin as a courtesy to other passengers. Once all your items are put away, please clear the aisle and sit down in your seat to allow other passengers to find their seats as well. If you are seated in an emergency exit row, please leave the exit seating responsibilities in the safety card in the seat back in front of you. Please make sure you are willing and able to perform the actions required. If you are not able or prefer not to perform these actions, please let a flight attendant know so you can be reseated. You are free to use your portable electronic devices during the boarding process. We ask that larger electronic devices are stowed once we depart from the gate. Thank you and welcome aboard. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 4459 with service to Washington. Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour and 23 minutes. Now that the
Alright,
cabin
looks like
doors
we're
are
all
closed,
started
please
up.
make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and
They're
the large
pulling away. Let's
devices
go
are
ahead
mounted
and get
down
the
in
auto
the nose.
brakes on.
Please fasten your seatbelt and make
on
sure that all
max.
tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position
Tow
for
truck
departure.
disconnected.
Cabin crew,
Bypass
prepare
bin
cabin for
removed.
departure.
We'll go flaps 1.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screens for an important safety demonstration. Thank you for flying with us.
Welcome. We're excited to have you aboard, and we appreciate your attention
All right,
as we
let's just go.
demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. FAA regulation requires you to follow the instructions of our crew members and comply with posted and lighted signs.
It's important to have your seatbelt on at all times. To fasten your seatbelt, slide the metal end into the buckle. Tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap. Lift the buckle to release. When the seatbelt sign is on, your seatbelt should be fastened low and tight across your lap. In case of unexpected turbulence, keep your seatbelt fastened, even when the seatbelt sign is off. Please take a moment to look around in order to familiarize yourself with the aircraft. This Boeing 787 has 8 exit doors, 4 on each side of the aircraft. If the doors are opened in an emergency, slide rafts will automatically inflate. In a water landing, slide rafts detach from the aircraft and are used as life rafts. All 8 exits are marked with overhead signs. As you locate the 2 exits nearest your seat, remember, they may be behind you. Got it!
If you're seated in an exit row, you may be asked to assist the crew during an evacuation. If you're unable or uncomfortable, please ask a flight attendant to be moved. If you must evacuate the aircraft, exit path lights on or near the floor will illuminate and guide you to the exit.
Where'd he go?
Look for a changing color or an exit sign to indicate you've reached an exit. Leave all carry-on bags behind.
Babe?
Please refer to the safety card near your seat for the operation of the exit doors on this aircraft.
If necessary, an oxygen mask will drop from above your seat. If a strap appears, pull down on the strap to access your mask. Firmly pull the mask to extend the tubing. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and slip the band over your head. The band does not require adjustment. To start the flow of oxygen, breathe normally. Make sure your mask is secure before helping others.
Should you need it, you'll find a life vest equipped with a water-activated light under or near your seat. When directed, pull the tab to remove the pouch. Tear open the pouch, remove, and unfold the vest. Slip it over your head, wrap the belt around your waist, and secure it to the buckle in front. Pull the loose end to tighten. Inflate your vest just prior to exiting the aircraft by pulling down sharply on the red tab. You can also inflate the vest by blowing into the tube. This aircraft is also equipped with infant life vests, which will be distributed if necessary.
Smoking is never allowed on the aircraft. U.S. law prohibits tampering with, disabling, or destroying laboratory smoke detectors. Federal regulations also require passengers to comply with lighted signs and crew member instructions. 祝您旅途愉快。Make sure you've switched all smartphones, tablets, and e-readers to airplane mode. For taxi takeoff and landing, large electronic devices must be turned off and stowed. For international destinations, your flight attendants will advise you if it's necessary to turn off and stow your device.
Bigger! Bolder!
We'll be taking off soon. Please review the safety card located near your seat. Stow your tray table, carry-on items, headrest, and footrest. Make sure your seat back is upright and your seatbelt is securely fastened. Please place your personal item under the seat in front of you.
United safety is global. For all of us around the world, thanks, and enjoy your flight.
Alright, let's just go ahead and get out of here.
The cabin is ready for takeoff.
So, take two. Same type of plane, almost. Same airport, same runway. Let's see if Microsoft is able to get us off the ground. I'm not in throttle max. Here we go, there's the facts. Let's go. Alright, let's go ahead and rotate. Oh my god, look at that. We're able to rotate. Positive rate gear going up. go ahead and put it down in climb power. That's HE's bugging me, so I'm putting the autopilot on so that the plane can take over, and I'm going to do something about this radio. Alright, let's go ahead and put the flaps up. And we have pretty much broken out. Starting to see some sunshine. And here's what I mean again. Probably about the best I'm going to get it. So there's only really two things about this plane I can think of having a request to get resolved at some point. A, get a takeoff calculator in the tablet, and the MFD screens. Outside of that, if those two things, in my mind, in my opinion, could be resolved somehow, this plane would be perfect. In my opinion. I'm sure if we had a real life pilot come in here and give it an eval, I'm sure he may find things that may not be quite right that should get fixed, possibly, but where I sit, and I know many of us sit, a lot of us are not real world pilots. A lot of us are not trying to be real world pilots. This plane gives you enough, more than enough, realism. Coming up here and kill the lights.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now passed 10,000 feet. You may now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. This is also a reminder to please keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated and do not congregate in the galleys or near the lavatory. This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. If you wish to connect to the Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page to pay a small fee for internet access. We do offer complimentary in-flight TV thanks to our partners. Connect to the Wi-Fi and you'll be able to access our wide range of free live TV and paid movies library.
Definitely seeing some clouds again.
The flight crew has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You can now get up and move around the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when seated in case of unexpected turbulence.
So yes, I did definitely take the time to do what you gotta be done to get the wing views in here. I always think I do think that is a pain to be able to get out of the cockpit. You gotta go back outside of the sim, change your config settings for the cameras to get yourself out of the cockpit, back into the sim. But I just gotta remember, if I haven't done the views, I might as well do that before I even start the sim up. But you still have to go back out of the sim, put the settings back, and back in again. You still have to close it down at least once and reload it to do it. Not really happy about the swing view per se. This one maybe perhaps I like better than the other one. Sometimes it can be a pain with the arrow keys to get it lined up just the way you want it. There we go. Let's get back over into the cockpit. Because we are at transition altitude, I do believe. And yes, we definitely are. There we go. They're standard. Guess it's definitely time to increase these lights again. But there we are. On our way, guys. Looks like top of descent is in about 240 miles. Thereabouts. Let's go ahead and play some tunes for the few minutes we got.
back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you would like to order additional menu items, please hit the flight attendant call button.
place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. And I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go, change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay, people I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am, and I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. And I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down.
tasks and stow any larger electronics.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to the flight deck. As you can see, we are almost there. We will be on the ground shortly. Again, this is FLYBYWIRE's IAD, Washington Dulles International. For those that probably don't know, however, I don't know how many of you out there wouldn't know, but this airport is the airport used in Die Hard 2 with Bruce Willis. Now, I do not know how much of the film was actually shot there on location versus how much would have actually been shot on a movie set, but I'm sure there's probably a YouTube video out there somewhere. I'm sure somebody's probably made a video covering that. But yeah. When we get down on the ground, of course, we will take a little bit of a tour. I'm not going to try to cover the whole airport. Just, main parts around the terminal. I'm sure others have done some previews of it at some point in the past. However, I do know over the last year or so, FLYBYWIRE has been kind of somewhat going around doing some updates with it. Might be nice to see if maybe possibly they have done some stuff with it since then. When it first got dropped into the sun. We'll see. Of course, with the cloud coverage right now, there really isn't a whole lot to see out there. Right now, we're just kind of, in a matter of speaking, just doing a little bit of cloud surfing at the moment. Well, there it goes. I was just trying to get the flight recorder over for a moment. Kind of acted like it didn't want to open up. Not sure why, but hey, it opened. Alright, go ahead and get our landing system on. Doesn't look like we've picked up the localizer or anything at all, just as of yet. But we do still have a little distance to go before that's a concern. I guess another fun fact about this airport that we are flying into. One of the planes from 9/11 took off from this airport, I do believe. I think it was I think it was possibly the American flight that went into the Pentagon, maybe, perhaps. I'm not quite sure if that's right. But I'm pretty sure the two that went into the towers flew out of Boston. I believe Flight 93 flew out of Newark, and that was the one that the Pentagon came out of the Dulles. May all that lost their lives that day and all that have suffered since then because they were there doing everything they could do to help. You know, may everybody rest in peace, hopefully with God in heaven. And those that are suffering, hopefully somehow, you know, find peace. I'm one of them. A lot of my issues that I have physically are because I was there at 9/11. Terrible, terrible tragedy. And even for those that weren't immediately there on that day that were there, all the health issues involved with it from being there. It's terrible, terrible thing. Alright, we should be able to lock onto the localizer.
$2,500.
So I wasn't necessarily paying attention to speed, but I am now. I would have thought this thing would have started slowing me down, but it didn't. That's alright.
2,500.
I'll take it over. Of course, that's too far. I'll go ahead and put the landing gear out. Gotta start doing something to start slowing down this bird. If we're gonna have any kind of a good landing, we gotta get her slowed down. Now I did do my I did enter all the stuff you're supposed to do before landing, so it's not like I didn't do that. Come on, baby, you can slow down a little more for me. Come on, you can do it. There we go. And then flaps 4. I hate the last minute trying to slow things down. But my fault. I should have paid a little closer attention before we got this far.
400.
My plane.
100 above.
My throttle.
Minimum.
Now, I told you to go off.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
That's a little annoying. Well, welcome to Washington Dulles. We are here. Something tells me that's not going to be the greatest landing rate in the world. I don't understand it. I hit the auto throttle button twice. It gave me the dings it was supposed to. Then I thought I had control over it. And then I took a quick look because it didn't seem quite right. And sure enough, autopilot on. Don't know what happened there. I'll have to pay a little closer attention to that next time. See what it's trying to do. There goes the landing lights, the taxi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Washington. The local time is
Strobes.
1:52 p.m. and it's currently about 55 degrees Fahrenheit. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign
Up with the
is
flaps.
off.
Reset the
Remember
speed
to use
brakes.
caution when opening the overhead bin.
Let's go.
Items may have been shifted during the flight. We thank you for flying with us.
And according to real world, granted this isn't a real world plane. I do believe United was flying an E-Jet, I believe, or a CRJ out of Ottawa, but we are looking for Alpha 38. I don't think that's right. Well, actually, it would be if they're flying a. Yeah, so we're gonna have to make our own. We're gonna have to find our own jetway because if we try to park where this real world flight was supposed to park, that plane was only meant for like a CRJ. We're not gonna fit there. We're gonna come into here. We're gonna park at the Charlie gates. Because that's where United mostly parks, is over here. And I myself personally have flown in and out of this airport in real life. Not obviously not as a pilot, but as a passenger on a United plane. This is kind of an airport, a cool airport. Once we park at the gate and we board, Um, Certainly, as we do the tour, I'll have a few more things to say about this airport. Go in a little bit of that detail. Yeah, we'll park here. This gate is as good as any other gate. And this is Charlie Niner. Let's get GSX out. Charlie Niner says too small. Yeah, right. There we go. We'll go ahead and get rid of the taxi light. I do see a marshaller. I'm not going to try to be negative here, but I do want to see if we get a dance, but I just don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that off. Ooh. I'm going to stick with that, guys. It's not perfect, but it's really close. Go ahead and raise ourselves up. Get rid of the beacons. There goes 2 and 1. Let's see. Do we get a bow or a dance? Yeah, just a bow. I wasn't quite perfect, but I've gotten dances before and been further off. So again, I don't know exactly what it's looking for.
The boarding requested.
So there we go. We are at boarding. APU is on. All that is fine. Let's go ahead and go to showcase view. Sorry. Let me go ahead and get that audio taken down a bit. That should hopefully be alright. Now, where am I? Here we are.
Passengers deboarding starting.
So we are deboarding. So again, if I didn't already say it, welcome to Washington Dulles. So we are deboarding. Definitely do need to adjust my drone speed because we're not going to take a tour at intro speed. Alright, there we go. So before we leave, let's go ahead and take a look at PACX. See how terrible I did. Yeah, it's not great, but it's not bad either. And I'm sorry I didn't drag it over for you guys to see it, guys. I forgot that. But 377 feet per second, I kind of, when I came down, I kind of felt that it wasn't going to be a butter. I'm glad it's not closer to 5 like it's been lately over the last couple of days. I really kind of find myself getting screwed over by either the auto throttle or the throttle I'm using. That's been the thing lately. I don't get it. Like AIRBUS, I know when the autopilot's on, it takes 2 clicks on the autopilot button to release the autopilot. For some reason, even though I did that, I heard the sounds I was supposed to get, but then somehow or another, autopilot came back on. I think I'm gonna have to check my auto throttle button on my quadrant. Maybe that was also set for autopilot. Maybe that's what put me back on the autopilot. But technically, that switch on the quadrant, that's not supposed to be for autopilot. That's supposed to be for auto throttle. I'll have to check that. How it got switched to autopilot, I don't know, because it's not something I would have ever set for it. But now that we've taken a look at our landing rate, let's go ahead and take a look at the ground at the airport, guys. Now, one of the things that was cool about this airport, when I was flying in and out of it, I don't know if we got a chance to see these buggies in Die Hard movie or not, but yeah, this airport did used to have these strange looking buggies. These buggies are essentially what would take you from terminal to terminal. Um, they were kind of weird in how they, you saw where the guy drove around, drove it basically. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. It was kind of weird to watch. Um, Now, one unfortunate reality is, though, as cool as these buggies are, I'm sure those that don't fly in and out of here probably don't realize it, but these buggies are no longer used in real life. Um, I'm not sure when they finished the construction and when it changed. I don't know if it was around 2015 or 2013, somewhere in there. They did build underground trains that would take you, pretty much terminal to terminal, and then you could catch another train to leave the airport to, go through Virginia into DC. Um, yeah, I'll go ahead and deboard. Um, but yeah, I mean, for those that don't know, trains are popular in the DC, Virginia area. Um, Given the fact that DC is obviously the capital of the United States, there's a lot of traffic. It's a nightmare. I mean, during the week, you know, if you're at all trying to get anywhere during the, I need to get to work, I need to go to lunch, I need to get home, times of the day, forget it. I mean, it could take you an hour to go a mile. Um, so I mean, if get away without needing to have a car to get where you're going, to do what you're doing where you're going, a popular, viable option would be to jump on a train and take the train. You'll get there a lot faster. um, but yeah, um, these are no longer used. Now, I would have to go back into satellite imagery because it has been a while since I've been to this airport in real life. I don't know as if these carts would still be here in these positions and these hookups would still be there or not. I suppose it's possible they might have left that intact, left a couple buggies around, just in case something ever happened with the trains. They'd have a backup to move people, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. But my gut tells me that we probably still shouldn't see these carts here at the airport in the scenery. But I will say, to their defense, if they are here, even if they're not still here, parked at the gates, it's kind of cool for nostalgia purposes to see them here. Um, Yeah, nothing is modeled on the inside, at least not at this terminal. Let's check out some of the others. See if any of it is modeled. Now, over here is where pretty much all your CRJs would be coming in at. And that's where I would come in at usually most of the time flying in here because obviously I'd be flying out of Rochester and flying United out of Rochester, I mean you'd pretty much you'd be flying a CRJ. I think later on in the years they did start using the A319, I think, which means you wouldn't have parked at this gate in real life. But it does look like they did kind of do some modeling here at this terminal. I'm definitely going to say that from the inside it doesn't look that great. At least from the outside you can kind of see some stuff. Looks like they started to do what they were doing at MSP, only they're not trying to lock you out of it. But let's go back to the main building, which this is probably the building where, if any or all on location filming probably would have been done for the Die Hard movie. It would have been here. Everything else probably would have been a set. Well, yeah, here we go. I mean, this is pretty realistic to real life, except for this part. the way they modeled it. I mean, there's actually supposed to be doors here, obviously, but we can't see that. Yeah, there should have been 2 levels. That's not modeled because you've got the upper and then you got the lower, which they kind of show here, but they definitely don't model it at all. But hey, guys, apologize, but I'll be back in just a quick second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. But anyway, it would have been one of these entrances here that we would have seen Bruce Willis. I kind of feel I can't remember what the entrance was that he was at. We'll have to go back and watch the movie. It's been a little while since I've seen Die Hard 2. But it would have been kind of cool to remember which one it was. Be able to go in here into the terminal and find that kiosk where they're selling that the plane insurance. Um, but oh well. I mean, it all looks kind of pretty realistic in general. Being what this airport is, I kind of wish they would have gone a little bit more in depth, at least in the main building per se. Um, I don't like how they did the modeling though. On the outside, it kind of looks like how it should, and then you don't see anything from the inside. But like I said, they have been going back from time to time, adding and updating more stuff in it. Maybe at some point they'll get to doing some further work. Um, yeah, like I said, they did do a little modeling of this terminal. It's too bad it doesn't look like they really did any modeling over here at the what's pretty much considered to be the United terminal. I do believe there are some carriers that also use this terminal side other than United as well, but It is what it is, I guess. And I forgot. Need to stop the recording. There we go. Let's just go ahead and get back to the plane. Let's get back into the cockpit. Come up here and get some lights on. We'll come up here, see if we can remember the right switch. So at least maybe the flaps will go down. Because again, I don't know if the replay tool is going to really try to grab them. Yeah, there we go. Looks like it's built up enough power and strength. The flaps are moving. We'll give it a second, and then we'll start watching some replays. Not going to do a lot, because we do have another leg yet. Probably get a landing on one each side. We'll get a Dougal. I'm not going to bother trying to get any wing views on this landing. There we go. Good enough. We lower my seat there a little bit. Let's go ahead and replay. Definitely need to do pause. Grab the slider. We need to get, there we go. I'll go with that. As long as we can get to our view in time before we touch down, we'll be good. I don't know. I don't know as if I deserve the 3-something feet per second landing. That really didn't look like we came down very hard. Alright, definitely gotta make sure we get the Dougal. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't realize I was muted, but you can at least see what I'm doing here. Sorry about that. But we're gonna do this one that checks center, and then I'm gonna put you guys to the be right back screen, put you put some music back on, and then I'm gonna get set up for the second leg down to Charlotte. Yeah, at least my left tire was on center line. Yeah, I'm definitely not a perfect lander. But someday, maybe someday I will be. But I also did have a little trouble getting in here too. I got, again, messed over by the autopilot. Which that is going to be one of the things I check out while I'm switching over. I'm going to recheck the key binding and see if that button I hit thinking I was turning the auto throttle off was actually turning the autopilot back on or not. Something did. But anyway, guys, that's it. I'm going to put you onto the be right back. And why is this happening all of a sudden? My screen should either A, not be coming on their own and moving around as soon as we get to this spot right here. Something changed there. Don't know what it is. Maybe eventually I'll figure it out. Anyway, here you go. Be right back. Hey guys, welcome back. So we should be pretty much set up for our next leg, the Charlotte. Again, Charlotte will be FS Dream Team Charlotte. But let's go ahead and get things rolling. And again, not real world plane or gate departing from, because again, if we were to use that real world gate, well, take my word for it, we wouldn't fit.
Boarding requested.
There we go. Let's go ahead and get in the cockpit. Go ahead and get the power up. Batteries. Grab the IRSs. Go ahead and grab that guy. And then we'll get the emergency, seatbelts and smoking.
Do you want to board crew? Pilot's boarding starting.
Alright, so according to sim brief, we need to be at 34,000 feet again. Altimeter should be
Crew boarding starting.
2967. There we go. Do things a little backwards or different this time. I'm gonna start getting some of these lights and stuff fixed up a bit. I love that sound. I'll grab that now. Give ourselves. There we go. That'll be our squat code.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding starting.
I know I'm doing this differently, guys. I don't know what it is. I got the views set up, but for some reason I still find it easier a lot of time to just do this. There we go. All seems right. But now we gotta get ourselves loaded. There we go, fueled. There we go, we're loaded. So fuel is going to be 13.3. And then 0 fuel weight. 133.8. Then we got the slash config 32.8. There we go. So today we will be departing out of runway 30. Scram 6. And a glank. And then Charlotte, we're going to be arriving 18 left via the Gishley's. Novia, LYH. Perf again. I'm going to just do 140, 145, and 149. Don't know how right or wrong that is, but that's just what I'm going to do. I'll pick a flex temp of 60. There we go. Looks like we still got 2 minutes to align. I guess since they are on the last baggage cart, we can definitely come up here and start getting the APU going. There we go, there's that. But we are still waiting for the alignment. There we go, there is alignment. We also have APU, so we can get rid of the ground power. We can definitely come up and get our pumps on. Looks like everything is where it should. We'll might as well go ahead and hit our beacons while we're up there. Let's go ahead and tell GSX to get us out of here.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yep, jetway is leaving. There's our wing walker. Slash pin user. Not sure what you would necessarily want to call her.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
We'll do the quick edit. I am glad to have this option back. There we go.
Exiting from editing
Release
mode.
parking brakes,
Please wait.
please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
And I did just remember and realize I still had my flap lever down from when we did the replays. So lane up number 2. Go ahead and light up number 1.
Please set parking brakes.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Now this should be a somewhat relatively shorter flight than the last leg. I think if this was real life, flight time probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of 45 minutes. PACX will tell us here in a moment once I get it started up. I don't know what it is every time. I always intend to use it, but I always have a hard time remembering to set it up.
Unlocking gear.
There we go.
We're ready to go when you are. Ladies and gentlemen,
Tow
welcome
truck
aboard.
disconnected.
This is your
Bypass
flight
pin
attendant
removed.
speaking. At this time, please be sure to make sure all
Left
large
is clear,
carry-on
right is
items
clear.
are in the overhead bins and your small items are underneath the seat in front of you. If you have any trouble or need any assistance, please don't hesitate to let a flight attendant know and we would be happy to help you. If the overhead bin is full, please make sure you
Go ahead and
close
grab
it as a
Max.
courtesy to other passengers.
Go ahead and
Please
arm
double
speed
check that all
brakes.
your items are put away
We'll
so
set
that
flap
the aisle
1.
is clear and other passengers can make their way to their seats. If you're in an emergency exit row, please read the exit seating responsibilities in the card in the seat back in front of you. If you're not able to comply with these actions, please let a flight attendant know so that way you can be reseated. You are free to use your portable electronic devices during the boarding process. We ask that larger electronic devices are stowed once we depart from the gate. Thank you and welcome aboard.
Grab the taxi. Looks like we are going to have a plane in our way, but we'll just roll right on through that artificial idiot.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 6023 with service to Charlotte. Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour and 6 minutes. Please note the cabin door is now closed. We ask that you make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your larger devices are now shut down and stowed. If you have not already, please fasten your seatbelt and verify it is low and tight across your lap. Your tray tables and seatbacks must be in the full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, prepare cabin for departure.
I kind of feel like that flight time is a little on the heavier side. Here we go, right on through this artificial idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screens for an important safety demonstration. Thank you for flying with us.
Welcome. We're excited to have you aboard, and we appreciate your attention as we demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. FAA regulation requires you to follow the instructions of our crew members and comply with posted and lighted signs.
It's important to have your seatbelt on at all times. To fasten your seatbelt, slide the metal end into the buckle. Tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap. Lift the buckle to release. When the seatbelt sign is on, your seatbelt should be fastened low and tight across your lap. In case of unexpected turbulence, keep your seatbelt fastened, even when the seatbelt sign is off. Please take a moment to look around in order to familiarize yourself with the aircraft. This Boeing 787 has 8 exit doors, 4 on each side of the aircraft. If the doors are opened in an emergency, slide rafts will automatically inflate. In a water landing, slide rafts detach from the aircraft and are used as life rafts. All 8 exits are marked with overhead signs. As you locate the 2 exits nearest your seat, remember, they may be behind you. Got it!
If you're seated in an exit row, you may be asked
I really would like to find a
during an
United safety
evacuation.
briefing that doesn't
If you're unable
give
or
an aircraft
uncomfortable,
type.
please ask a flight attendant to be moved. If you must evacuate the aircraft, exit path lights on or near the floor will illuminate and guide you to the exit. Look for a changing color or an exit sign to indicate you've reached an exit. Leave all carry-on bags behind.
Babe?
Please refer to the safety card near your seat for the operation of the exit doors on this aircraft.
Yeah, we should be able to.
If necessary, an oxygen mask will drop from above your seat. If a strap appears, pull down on the strap to access your mask. Firmly pull the mask to extend the tubing. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and slip the band over your head. The band does not require adjustment. To start the flow of oxygen, breathe normally. Make sure your mask is secure before helping others.
Should you need it, you'll find a life vest equipped with a water-activated light under or near your seat. When directed, pull the tab to remove the pouch. Tear open the pouch, remove, and then fold the vest. Slip it over your head, wrap the belt around your waist, and secure it to the buckle in front. Pull the loose end to tighten. Inflate your vest just prior to exiting the aircraft by pulling down sharply on the red tab. You can also inflate the vest by blowing into the tube. This aircraft is also equipped with infant life vests, which will be distributed if necessary.
Smoking is never allowed on the aircraft. U.S. law prohibits tampering with, disabling, or destroying laboratory smoke detectors. Federal regulations also require passengers to comply with lighted signs and crew member instructions. 祝您旅途愉快。Make sure you've switched all smartphones, tablets, and e-readers to airplane mode. For taxi takeoff and landing, large electronic devices must be turned off and stowed. For international destinations, your flight attendants will advise you if it's necessary to turn off and stow your device.
Bigger! Bolder!
We'll be taking off soon. Please review the safety card located near your seat. Stow your tray table, carry-on items, headrest, and footrest. Make sure your seat back is upright and your seatbelt is securely fastened. Please place your personal item under the seat in front of you.
Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and get out of here. I suppose if this was real life and we're actually at Dulles, I'm sure that briefing would have finished long before we got to this point. We definitely would have had other aircraft ahead of us. Alright. There we go. There's the flex. Let's go. Oh yeah, speaking of throttles and stuff, I did double check the setting. Yeah, that red button on the quadrant is set for the auto throttle, so I don't know how the autopilot got itself turned back on when we were landing. Let's go ahead to rotate. Positive rate of climb. Let's go ahead and gear up. And we can go ahead and come down to climb power. And I'm going to go ahead and throw the autopilot on. Let the autopilot do the work. Of course, now I can't see nothing. There we go. We go ahead and put the flaps up. Obviously, not really a whole heck of a lot to see. Unfortunately, just clouds. Yep, so we are at 10,000. We can go ahead and kill lights.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now passed 10,000 feet. You may now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. This is also a reminder to please keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated and do not congregate in the galleys or near the lavatory. This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. If you wish to connect to the Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page to pay a small fee for internet access. We do offer complimentary in-flight TV thanks to our partners. Connect to the Wi-Fi and you'll be able to access our wide range of free live TV and paid movies library. The flight crew has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You can now get up and move around the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when seated in case of unexpected turbulence.
Still definitely have a little distance to go before we get to our transition altitude. Man, what a gloomy day it is around here on the east coast of the United States. Suppose if we really hated it, I could always use flow to change the weather. But I suppose we ought to try to keep it as realistic as we can. And as we can see by the map, we're not going to be up in the air at our cruise altitude for very long. This really is a short flight. For some reason, I didn't realize when I planned it out that it wasn't going to take us that long to get to Charlotte. But we are at transition. So we'll go ahead and put it on standard. And I'll go ahead and put the tunage on.
night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Welcome back to the flight deck, everybody. So we are almost there. I am a little concerned about our descent. I'm thinking maybe intervene. I do have the speed brakes out, so it should be allowing it to descend a little faster. But we'll see. Trying to keep it all as by books as I can without having to intervene. It shouldn't have to. Autopilot should be able to do it. Alright, let's go ahead and get the flight recorder out. Here we go. We are recording. So we should definitely be able to get our replays. Looks like we definitely are coming in some traffic. But that's alright.
$2,500.
I suppose we are where we're supposed to be, according to the autopilot and everything, so should be able to come down here real quick, get speed brakes armed. Already got the auto brakes on and armed for medium settings. Now this definitely does kind of seem and feel like a slower approach to be on final here. But it's following the restrictions that are supposedly in place. So
Traffic.
I'm just gonna go ahead and arm the ILS. We ought to be able to catch it here any second. Yep, there it is. Yep, we also got glide slope. I'm just going to intervene on the speed. That's where I'll put it. Go ahead and get the landing gear out. Come on, girl. Let's get the speed down. Man, speed, fall off. Flap 3. Alright, that's why. The fly-by-wire, if you do it twice, you get the auto land. And this one, do it twice, you just kick it back out again.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Oh, shut up with your too low terrain. Can't you see I'm landing?
Too low, terrain. Minimum
Continue.
Minimum.
So far on the Pappies, I'm looking good.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 10, 5.
Definitely sounded like a better landing. I'm definitely pretty sure I wasn't on center though, but hey. Let's go ahead and get rid of the auto brakes, put the reversers away. We'll go ahead and exit here to the right. Probably could have used a speed rep, but that's alright. We'll go with this right here.
Gentlemen, welcome to Charlotte. The local time is
Flaps up.
1:14 p.m.
Speed
and
brakes.
it's currently about 72 degrees Fahrenheit. You can now use
Get
your
the
mobile
landing
devices.
lights off.
Please remain seated until the
Taxi lights
aircraft
on.
comes to a complete stop and
We'll
the
go
seatbelt
ahead and
sign
get
is
the
turned
APU
off.
running and
Remember
get the
to use
strobes
caution when
off.
opening the overhead bins, as items may have
There we
been during
go.
flight. We thank you for flying with us, and we hope to
Fix
see
my
you again
chart.
soon.
Alright, so we'll go ahead and make it right here, obviously. And I'll be honest, I'm not liking the performance here. Wish I had my frame view on so we could all see just what kind of frames I'm getting with the 4070 Ti here without everything completely maxed out. I definitely know for a fact he hasn't modeled the interiors anything close to what I builds would have done. So again, with performance like that, shouldn't be a reason for that. But hey. And we're also, you know, in the fly-by-wire A320, so we know this plane is optimized pretty darn good. We all know what kind of frames we're used to getting out of it, right? I'm going to take this one, just kind of weave my way over to where we need to be, over to Terminal Alpha. And again, we are looking for Alpha 21. Now, honestly, if out of any times flying in here, I'm going to a terminal I never would have conceived parking at. In all honesty. Which I guess in a matter of speaking is kind of surprising that I would typically only always usually fly United before I started streaming. Definitely a few United here today. But that is the one thing I really honestly do not know if FSTL traffic has a way of knowing what gate they should be at and where that gate is and accurately parking or not. Alright, so that's the terminal alpha that we're looking for, so we do need to be considering making a right. So we'll be making a right here. And Alpha 21 should be all the way down at the end. But I think that American has it. We'll see. I could be wrong. Gosh darn Microsoft automatic park and brake system. I don't know, guys. Maybe someday I can afford to buy the awfully nice but awfully expensive THRUSTMASTER. What is it? The TPA rental pedals. I'm probably not saying it right, but God, those things are like around some $500-600. I'm gonna stop right here. Yeah, the American got our gate, y'all. How dare you, American? That's supposed to be a United gate. That's alright. I'll take Alpha 23. No, I should have the option for United, but oh well. It looks like we're going to get safe dock, so we obviously ain't going to get no kind of dance, unfortunately. Not that we would have been sure to get one anyway, but nope, too far. Like I said, no dance. No dance for us today. Yeah, well. I guess you can't always get one. Let's go ahead and shut down 2, 1. Engines are coming down. That's annoying. I think I've figured out why that's happening. I just don't know what I'm going to do about it. When I went to fly the Sierra JDR night, I installed this panel program. They're supposed to allow you to open up the panels and have them sized so they don't take over your whole screen. But there's no actual install, but since that time, this is what's been happening. But I never actually got it to work. Oh well. I guess for sake of realism, turn the beacon lights off. But here, welcome to Charlotte. We're here. Again, if I didn't already say it, although it should be posted in the stream, this is done by FSDREAMTEAM. And like I said on our taxi in, I don't really feel like our frames are that great here, and they should be for what this airport is. Before we start touring around the airport, let me go ahead and drag this over. Sorry I didn't do this on the last leg. 377, what? I feel like I got robbed, y'all. I know I didn't come in perfectly stable and centered on that runway, but that landing felt pretty good. I feel like I got robbed on that, guys. I really do. What does Valetta say? I'm sure it's probably going to be pretty, I'm sure it's pretty going to be pretty similar, but yeah, 371. Yeah, I don't think I was treated very well on this landing. My opinion. Let me also remember to stop the recording. There we go. Recording is stopped. Let me also remember to turn down that volume. That should be good. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look around this airport. What do we get here? Alright. Alright, so this looks better than the last time I was here. But then again, I never went to this terminal to visit it, so... Well, yeah, there we are. However, we can no longer... Oh, that's because that's not us. Oops, we need another gate down. Ah, we can't see our plane from this one. That's kind of cool. There come all our passengers off. Thank you for flying United. It's too bad they didn't set it to come through that door and into here. So just in case we're, somebody like us doing a stream, that would have been kind of cool to see that, y'all. But yeah, this American stole our gate. But there's nothing really here to definitely stipulate whether it is a United gate or an American gate. So who knows? Maybe it's multi-use. That's kind of cool. We can easily walk through here without having any weird obstructions in our way. Although I'm pretty sure there's probably be a door here. I don't know how many people have ever flown into this airport or perhaps live here to know, but I'm kind of actually wondering how accurate this is to real life.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Yeah, looks like that's where he stopped modeling it. Yeah, this terminal here isn't modeled at all. Let's go ahead and say both.
Crew to boarding starting.
If I'm at all looking at the airport accurately, these are the terminals over here that I normally would have been parking at. Let's take a look at this one. Is there anything modeled in this one? Yeah, this is what I was referring to. This I kind of feel like he changed. Maybe, just maybe. So Terminal A is definitely done pretty well. This part not modeled at all. Let's come back over here into what appears to be main building. Nothing at all really modeled.
Boarding starting.
You would think it was be the main portion, like right here, that he would have taken the time to model, but he didn't, which is fine. You know, from now on, if I'm flying United, at least I have my terminal modeled pretty well. I would say overall, the airport's not terrible. I gotta be honest to say that for the average person, I suppose it doesn't matter whether the inside of the terminal's mounted at all. In fact, that, the more you do on the inside, the worse the performance gets. So, which is my take. I mean, I generally, outside of streaming, would say I don't even care how well the inside of the terminal is modeled, per se. As long as from the outside it looks something halfway decent, maybe, right? Um, but for streaming purposes, I love when you have a terminal that's modeled because you're able to do a better intro, which is something I'm trying to do. Like Captain Canada, I love his streams, but he doesn't really usually at all try to be at all very creative. He'll just be parked there at the gate. His intro runs and he's just right there at the plane. Hello, everybody. You see his plane. You might see some vehicles doing some groundwork with the plane. Unless it's a new airport, you won't really get so much of a tour, which is fine. After all, I mean, we're here to fly planes, not play, you know, passenger terminal. Um, but for what he has modeled, for some of the performance that I'm seeing here, I'm kind of like, should be better. But it definitely doesn't look bad. I'm glad I now have the Xbox controller because for a little while, like I said, I'd be parking like over here. I'd screw around a little bit trying to get in the terminal to look around. And I'm like, this is why we paid over $20 for the scenery for that. But now I get it. Like he modeled something in here, but I would have to say that what he did for what it is. I mean, this right here, I don't like that. These are supposed to be windows, and yet you can't look out them. For like I said, streaming purposes. I don't know if it's different at night, but look on this side from the windows, you can't even see in. But when you're inside, you get this. You can't see out. Hopefully that's something he'll fix. Alright, I'm going to check out one more thing here. I'm not going to go around the whole airport, y'all. I'm just not. It's getting late. I still haven't had a meal yet today. My own fault. I could have made time to eat something. But I'm going to make that a priority. I'm thinking I kind of do want to do another leg. But I'm thinking I'm going to have to get something with my scenery ready to go because it's not going to be a payware airport that we fly into. It's going to be my scenery. Whatever we do fly, regardless of what the real world plane would be, or with carrier, it's going to be an Airbus that we fly out of here. But what I'd like to do is at least fly over to Shreveport. Wait, 1 second. Never mind. Not important. I saw a message come through and I was like, maybe I want to look at that, but no, we're good. But anyway, yeah, I want to fly into Shreveport. It's my scenery. I just can't remember if I've already rebuilt it and got it compliant to put in the sim yet. If not, it'll just take me a few minutes to do that. I do want to have bacon and eggs for my dinner. I'm going to have to do some dishes to be able to do that because I've really only got the one pan that I like to use to cook the eggs in. And I'll be honest, I only rinsed the pan yesterday after I did it yesterday, so I still actually have to physically wash it. No big deal. But yeah, that's what I'd like to do, and then maybe from Shreveport, maybe fly back into Fort Hood. I think we've already flown into there once, and I've shown that off. That I'm pretty sure is in the sim already, so I shouldn't really have to worry about that. I also thought about, maybe from Shreveport, maybe do a quick hop down to New Orleans. But we've flown into there, I'm pretty sure, past. It's not really anything super special to look at and see. So if for my last flight, I think I'd rather have something that maybe means something to me as the last airport, maybe. But yeah, all right. So we looked at the tower, nothing super modeled. That is kind of what I wanted to look at. I just wish more developers, instead of taking time to perhaps model all they can inside the airports, They make it more of a point to model the tower, so we could actually go in the tower, actually have it feel and be like we're in a tower, right? It's not gonna be that much of a hit on the frames compared to everything they'd have to model in the terminal. It'd be a little more useful. All right, that's my opinion, I guess. But I don't think I'm the only one that might share that one. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back in the cockpit. Let's get those lights on. Oh, good God. Can't click on it, y'all. There we go. Maybe that refreshing it that way will make it work. There we go. We'll go grab the ulterior hydraulic. Get the flaps down. There they go. And so it's replay time. All right, let me pause it. Let me hit the slider and get us to a more appropriate place. Right about there should be good. And now we'll be able to see whether or not I did or didn't get robbed on the landing rate. For some reason, I don't think this is the view I normally have by default, but there we go, that'll work. I don't know, guys. I don't really necessarily think that's a butter, but I still think maybe I didn't have as high a landing rate as they claimed. But I guess you can't. I guess you can't argue with technology, though. I mean, it looks pretty smooth. It doesn't look like I came down fast and slammed on the runway at all. That would have warranted that type of But one thing I can certainly see it's not doing, it's not simulating the reversers or. I suppose the replay tool that's free, it's not perfect, but it does the job for the most part. Yeah, I think I got robbed a little bit. I don't know if I'd want to call that a butter, but I don't feel like I got a landing rate of almost 400 feet per second. I just don't. I think the flight sim world is just out to get me this lately. I think that's what it is. All right, let's make sure we get at least one Dougal. I'm pretty sure I wasn't centered, but it's always good to at least, if we're going to do replays, at least see where it was actually at, right? You know, for what it is, with me not being a real world pilot or not really necessarily aspiring to at this point because it's too expensive, I would never be able to do it. I would say overall, the fact that I can get it on the land, at least get it on the runway every time, um, that's pretty good. eh, not perfect at all by any means, but I mean, I'm more on the center line, at least when I touch down, than normal, which is good. Usually, when I actually touch down, both my wheels are either to the left, or mostly usually to the left of the center line, and occasionally to the right completely. But I'll take that. I mean, it's not a perfect landing, but I mean, for what it is and for what I am, who I am, it'll just get better over time. Like I said, let's get some wing views since this is the pretty much the end of the stream. Gotta have them. Boy, I gotta wonder what it's actually, how close the real life this looks like. That's one of the things I'll always have to ask and wonder in my mind. How real does that actually look? But I think really the only way to really answer that question is actually fly in on this runway, be sitting in this window, and I've actually looked out the window in real life to really be able to fairly answer that. Get one on the other side here. I do kind of want to do one more wing view, but behind wing, so you don't really have the engine in the way. You know, on the other side, because that's where you have the city at. That really kind of cool view. Not bad. Let's go ahead and bring it back again. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I may not be perfect at landing. I know I'll get better. But a landing that you can walk away from is a good landing. And as long as I don't bounce and I can keep that landing rate in a reasonable level, um, um, it's pretty good. Not really seeing much of the city in this one. Ah, I'll bring it back again. I feel like I'm gonna do another wing view. One on the other side, behind the wing. And then I'll bring it back. We'll end the stream. I'll go do what I gotta do so I can eat some dinner. Usually I do it while we're streaming. Usually I'll have a long enough flight where I can do whatever it is I need to do to eat. But today it seems like, for the most part, done mostly shorter legs. Where you're kind of like, do I really have time to go do what I want to do, or I don't? And then you wait too long and it's too late. Alright, let's go ahead and bring it back. So that's going to be it, guys. While I'm bringing us back, I do want to thank everybody that's been watching this stream. If you liked what you saw, please give it a thumbs up. Remember to subscribe, hit that bell so you know when I'm going to be on again. I really would appreciate that, and it really will help out the channel. And I will see you on the next stream, which hopefully should be within the next hour. But I'll see y'all later.